Cavalieri lead us to the pledge tonight.
Yes. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Naomi, roll call, please.
Mayor Holtzclaw,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vanel,
Here.
Councilmember Bond,
Here.
Councilmember Cavallari,
Here.
Councilmember Steckler,
Here.
Councilmember Briles,
Present.
Councilmember Morgan.
Here.
Thank you, Naomi. We'll move to audience communication. I'm at a disadvantage on my screen because I cannot see all the participants who are online. So I'm going to start with live here in person. Would anyone like to address the council? Seeing a negative nod of the head, is there anyone on the virtual world that would like to address the council this evening? Please, audibilize, or if someone can see them on their screen, let them know because I can't see them. Would anyone like to address the council?
Both the regulars.
Okay, going once, twice. Another opportunity at the end of the meeting. We'll move right along. We are now to item B, which is a public hearing. Tonight we'll be holding a public hearing on the proposed revisions to the city's rules governing the handling of public records requests. The existing rules are found in section 100-02 of the city's policies and procedures manual, and were promulgated pursuant to the city's public records code found in Mill Creek Municipal Code section chapter 2.06. Following the public hearing, the council will consider adoption of proposed revisions to the rules set forth in proposed resolution 2021-605. The hearing will be conducted under the rules for legislative public hearings set forth in resolution 2021-604. We adopted these rules as part of our recent work on the governance manual. I'll briefly summarize the procedure for the public hearing. First, we will receive a brief staff report on the proposed amendments to the public records rules. Following the staff report and responses to any questions that council may have, I'll ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Next, assuming there is a motion and a second and an affirmative vote, we will open the public hearing. The hearing will last up to 1 hour unless the council votes to authorize additional time. Persons wishing to testify and who are present at council chamber shall sign in on the sign-in sheet and will be called in the order in which they signed. Persons participating online will be given an opportunity to testify by raising their hands and I will call on them. Each person's testimony is limited to 3 minutes. When all who have asked to speak have completed their testimony or the allotted 1 hour time limit is expired, I'll ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Following completion of the public hearing, council will then discuss and take action on the resolution adopting the amendments to the public records rules. Are there any questions with our procedure? Seeing none, if staff would please proceed with the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of council. I want to really thank our city clerk, our deputy city clerk, and our city attorney for first and foremost discovering that with our prior public records rules, we did not actually have a public hearing. And so this is part of many of the corrective measures that not only include the public hearing requirement, but is reflective of a lot of work that the Public Records Committee has put into this. The Public Records Committee includes myself, the city attorney, the chief of police, and the city clerk. And after many, many hours, what you see this evening is being presented by our city attorney, possibly co-presented by our city clerk, is really just for us the epitome of due diligence in correcting those matters as we discover them here at City Hall. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to our city attorney and get us started. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Caravino. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As Mr. Caravino was saying a minute ago, what we are here to do tonight is provide a brief report about the revisions that we've made to the rules that we're asking you to adopt or consider adopting tonight. And if Naomi, if you could start the PowerPoint, we can just briefly walk through some of the key highlights. the changes that we have proposed in here. Okay, if we go to the next slide. As the mayor mentioned, under the public records provisions of our ordinances, the city manager is authorized to promulgate rules to implement the requirements of the state's Public Records Act and also the provisions that you have in your code. Mr. Caravino is a big fan of transparency, so we want to be sure that we not only have him promulgate them, but have you adopt them, because we want to make sure that the public fully understands how we operate with respect to fulfilling public records requests. These rules essentially govern the process that staff follows when it receives a public records request and fulfills them. You have the next slide, please. Under the Public Records Act, there's a provision that requires cities to hold a public hearing prior to charging for records. And currently, the records policy you have was adopted in March of 2018. It did include a fee schedule for records. However, there was no public hearing held. So when that anomaly was identified, the city stopped charging for records. As you know, we have records that are requested from the clerk's office, but also police records as well. And so there was a little bit of a delay in getting the police department to stop charging for records. But the fact of the matter is, the amount that had been collected was very small. As you can see, it was less than $1,000. If we get up the next slide. I'll briefly just go through the highlights of what we did. Obviously, there were some clarifications in word choice and word use throughout the rules to make it consistent with our policies and also with the ordinance itself. In section 6.2, we added a provision that allowed the city staff to better clarify when a requester makes the request, to be sure that we can understand the scope of the request, what's responsive to the request, and so that we avoid any situations where we're providing information that may be exempt from public records requests, such as information that affects individual privacy. Also, in several different sections, we try to get rid of some ambiguities regarding when staff can evaluate these requests and work through the time period that will be necessary in order to respond to them. Some requests are very easy to respond to. They ask for a specific document and can be handled rather quickly. Others are a little bit more time consuming and sometimes require either better understanding what the requester is seeking or requires multiple efforts to search lots of different documents in order to find all responsive records. And that requires estimating the amount of time necessary to respond to the requests. If I could have the next slide, please. Another thing that we did is add a provision that identifies the approximate amount of time that staff is using to complete its public records duties. And so it's an estimate of the amount of staff time in terms of hours per week that is devoted to responding to public records requests. As you know, our staff has many obligations. Even the public records coordinators for the various departments have multiple duties. So this is a best estimate of about how much time is spent responding to those requests. We also added some criteria for estimating the amount of time needed to respond to requests. And this criteria is, I think there's about 5 different levels. And it's based upon the complexity and the size of the request. And it talks about needing to extend time periods when staff has to go through many different sources of information or many different databases in order to be responsive to the requests. We utilized some information that was developed from other cities of comparable size in order to develop our priority system and also to estimate the amount of time it would take to respond to various kinds of requests. And then finally, in section 12.3, we included our policy regarding what statutory costs for copies and scans of records would be. In other words, we have a fee schedule, and we're asking the council tonight to, as part of the resolution, to adopt the fee schedule. And this is for recovering charges per page or per gigabytes of documents. And then if there's actual costs incurred for a thumb drive or some other device necessary to provide the documents in electronic form, that charge also is included in the fee schedule. I think that's it. Unless there's any questions, does council have any questions? If not, I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Any questions?
Are we going to review the fee schedule?
And you quickly went to the slide just before the word questions and outlined the fees. Thank you.
Councilmember Stickler, do you have questions?
Just was curious, can I review the fee schedule? I just want to see it.
Yeah, it's up on the screen.
Yeah, just wait real quick.
While you're looking at that, Grant, I have one question on section 7.3. We talk about the workload of staff, which we definitely need to monitor. But we've had a lot of discussion over the past number of months regarding the attorney's fees that are tied to some of these public disclosure requests. Are we going to be tracking, or should we be tracking, not just the staff time spent on those, but how much outside attorney time is necessitated to comply with the Public Disclosure Act?
Under the act, you have to provide information on the amount of staff time. That's a statutory requirement, but also there is another requirement for reporting. Any city that spends $100,000 or more per year on responding to public records requests has to make a report annually. Maybe Naomi, you can describe what that process is.
Yeah, so every year, last year was the first year that we did the JLARC reporting. Each municipality, when you have over 100,000 in public records, there's a reporting that we actually have to do every year. So last year was the first time that we did it. This year, we just submitted the report maybe a week or two ago. So in that reporting, we do track legal fees as well. Everything is in our system, our GovQA system. So we have all the metrics with that. We're happy to share that with all of you if you'd like to see it.
John, did you have questions on the fee schedule?
Yes, I do. I have not seen a fee schedule before, so I don't know how this compares. How this would compare. I think in the past you said the only thing we've ever charged for was photocopy, and I assume that was out-of-pocket expense to the city. So these appears to be electronic charges, and I was curious how this how this compares to, I mean, other cities. Is this a normal practice? Is this something that we're seeing? Is this unusual? I don't know. That's my first question. It seems odd that we're charging like maybe it's normal, 10 cents per gigabyte to transmit data, which I don't know if that's really a cost to the city. If it is, why would we be charging? If it doesn't sound like it's going to go up or down, but it sounds like it is whenever there was a cost to our time or to our people or something along that line, that made some sense to me. But electronic transmission costs, I don't have a history on this, so I don't know if that's normal. I don't know if that's something other cities do. So my first question would be, do we have some comparables? Is this normal? Is this abnormal? Is this?
Many cities have adopted a fee a statutory cost schedule very similar to this.
How about neighboring cities around our area? How does this compare? Who's adopted it?
This is the state's default fee schedule. Washington State's default fee schedule. So they give us this default fee schedule, and it's up to each municipality if they wanted to charge more. Most municipalities use the default fee schedule.
Okay, so this is what the state of Washington tells their municipalities would be a advisable fee schedule to charge.
That's correct.
Okay, great. That answers my question.
Grant and Naomi, this is the same schedule that we adopted with the policy in 2018. We're not proposing any changes to that, correct? We're just going through the public hearing process so we can collect under the fee schedule we've already adopted.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're not proposing any changes to what we adopted. We just didn't do the public hearing we were required to do when we initially adopted it in 18. So they stopped collecting under the fee schedule.
I might add, Mayor, that when the fees were charged, it was charged haphazardly. There was no rhyme or reason to when it was or was not charged, and that was another reason why we stopped, for us to pause and do this the right way. So going forward, our intention is to have a uniform schedule, and we charge in each and every instance.
Any further questions regarding the staff presentation? Hearing no further questions, do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Second.
All those in favor of opening the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did anyone abstain? With that, we will open the public hearing on the proposed amendments to the public records policy. So is there any member of the public, either present in council chambers or online, that would like to provide testimony to the council tonight? I can't see everyone online. Is anyone waving a hand or putting up a big yellow hand? Hearing none, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Seeing no hands in the air, Mayor, I would make that motion to close the public meeting.
Second.
All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Any opposed? Did anyone abstain? Motion carries. Now with that, we have before us the proposed resolution with the update to the records policy that is open for a motion for adoption if the council is so inclined.
Mayor, I'll be happy to make that motion. And one thing before I do make the motion, I do really appreciate 6.2 and 6.3 of this year, adding clarification language. And I think for the most part, a lot of people don't understand how cumbersome and how much minutia is involved in public records requests. And there is a lot of, whether we like it or not, there are certainly some sincere people that ask for the public records, but there's a lot of gamesmanship out there as well that look forward as a payday. So the ability to ask clarifying questions and to get more precise information out there in a timely manner is always helpful. And as long as it conforms with the legislature's intent, I think this is a fantastic move and long overdue. So good job, everyone. On that basis, I'd be happy to make the motion.
Seconded.
Is there any discussion? Motion on the table is to approve resolution number 2021-605 as presented. There's no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did anyone abstain? Resolution is passed 7-0. Thank you, staff. Naomi, Michael, Grant, for all your work. Where are we? Old business. Turn it over to Michael for items C and D.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to the update for landlord-tenant communication, as we all recall, some of our citizens came to the podium 2 council sessions ago. We were directed to follow up, and we've put some time into this. And Director Todd would like to summarize for you what our findings are, the interactions we had, and what our expectation is going forward with regard to the work, the management that Vintage is engaged in. So, Director Todd.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, and Council. This is indeed a very quick update. So City Manager already gave an expose on what's going on. Several people have complained. This really is an issue between Vintage management and their residents, but we got involved and tried to help out. Staff worked closely with the owner and manager of the property, conveyed the concerns that we were hearing, and worked with them to reconsider their edict for people to not use the commercial parking spaces. The management was looking to prepare themselves for the reopening of the senior center, but since that's not happening for a while, and since there is not another good solution yet for the parking, they have pulled back on that. And so they sent a letter out on June 25th to all their residents and saying they were going to pull back on their enforcement of the parking. Their longer term solution is to make parking available at the farm next door, which is overparked, specifically to help them with the parking shortage at the Vintage. With that, I'll take any questions.
Questions? Thank you, Director Todd. I'm not seeing any questions from those of us on the council.
Okay, with your permission, we'll move on to item D.
Please.
That's an update regarding the American Rescue Plan Act, sometimes referred to as ARPA. I've asked Director Gimzo to dig in a little bit deeper in our presentation this evening to talk more about what this act entails and the very latest information that we have on it. Very little is written at this point. We expect that more will be forthcoming. But what we thought we would do is really borrow from the model that Director Todd developed for the capital improvement plan and divide our work into 4 different categories. The first would be the concept phase, where we collect ideas and talk about this at the broadest of levels. The second would be talking about the scope. The third is allocation, and the fourth is distribution. Now, the scope entails that there would be an eligibility assessment review, approval of funding criteria, and set funding amount intention according to whatever the direction the council provides us. I can talk a little more about allocation and distribution, but what I really want to focus on for this evening, possibly for the next couple of meetings, is the concept phase, where we don't necessarily rush to any particular idea, but just get a sense of, in the broadest strokes, what is possible with this money. It may help in developing an organic conversation amongst the council and the administration in terms of best and ultimate uses for the funds. The reason why I'm suggesting this is because I pretty much had this experience first person when I stepped into this. Oh boy, we're going to spend the money on. And one of the very first questions I asked our finance director to put together was exactly how much did this COVID-19 cost the city in terms of lost revenue. And the preliminary numbers that I've received from our finance director, and we're going to be putting together this breakdown for a subsequent council meeting, is roughly around $5.4 million. It's a shocking number, but as we talk more about financially where the city is at and what it's going to take for us to ultimately recover, as a city manager, right away, there I go, rushing to a specific idea. And so what I realized in doing that, I would possibly, by necessity, be precluding some other really good ideas from emerging. So I backed off on that. And in borrowing really from a suggestion that Director Todd had, we have contemplated the structural framework that has concept, scope, allocation, and distribution. So with that, that was my idea for how to explain what a concept might look like. Maybe it's my subliminal suggestion, but I think that's the best idea. But I nonetheless want to own that idea as one of many, many very good ideas that I'm sure will emerge. And so with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Laurel Gimzo for the presentation.
All right. Good evening, Council. I just wanted to go over a broad overview of what ARPA is, because I know there have been a lot of questions. So the total bill was $1.9 trillion. And of that, we are going to be getting 5.8 million. So right now we have received the 2.9 million, and then we'll receive the second half in a year. So I wanted to start here just so that people had an overview of what was in the bill. And then I was going to go and move on to the eligible uses. And so this is what is actually in the bill. And then I'm going to go and we're going to pick this apart so that it isn't quite as confusing for people. So you just have 4 main categories of eligible expenses, and they are all covered here. You can read it if you want. I'm going to go and we'll hit a summary down below. Okay. All right, so we do have to spend this money by 2024. So we have a lot of time. So this isn't something that we have to rush into. I do think that's really important that we're not just trying to get the money out the door as soon as possible. So the 2 things that we cannot spend the money on are pension deposits, and then we cannot reduce taxes or delay a tax increase. Those are the 2 main points. They haven't really thrown any specifics out other than these 2 items. Okay, so I think we went a little too far. Okay. All right, so here are the 4 categories that are summarized. So you've got anything if you are dealing with COVID-19 or the negative economic impacts. You're talking premium pay for eligible workers. I think something to really remember is what eligible is, and we'll go over that here shortly. So then we have revenue loss, and then we have any kind of investments. This level D is separate from the other 3. So this is for cities that maybe don't have, they haven't been impacted quite as heavily by COVID. So Treasury wanted to give them options. So they also did end up throwing stormwater into this category. So if you have any kind of stormwater infrastructure that needs repair, that is an eligible use now. Okay, so we're going to start with A. And so they've broken it down into 3 different areas for eligible uses. So if we wanted any kind of vaccine programs, if we had capital investments for the building, so if we needed to adjust walls, so I think things that come to mind are the plexiglass structures that we put around the passport facilities. So any kind of facility updates that help the HVAC system that we did, that would be something that would fall in this category, in this first containing mitigating COVID-19. Then you have behavioral healthcare needs. So any kind of mental health, substance abuse treatment, any kind of crisis intervention, we would be able to implement services under the A structure. Then you have payroll benefits. I do think it's really important. So employees do have to have the majority of their time, so they have to be primarily dedicated to COVID-19 responses if we are going to pay for their payroll. So if we wanted to say implement our office staff's salaries, that's not something we could do because they're not considered eligible. So they can work from home, so they would not fall under this category. And while we can cover positions that had been removed for COVID, if say police wanted to add a certain number of people, or other cities wanted to add fire staff, that's not something they could do unless that person was primarily going to be working to help with COVID-19. So there are sticky spots in some of this guidance. Okay, so then we go into the negative economic impact. So this is still under section A. So any kind of tourism, travel, or hospitality, we can help these industries because they were significantly impacted by the virus. You've got rebuilding the public sector capacity for pre-pandemic levels. So again, you can rehire staff if that is something that you really need. You do have to remember you cannot just add staff. We can go and do some kind of grants or loans for our small businesses. We can use our nonprofits to help get money out. And then any kind of your hard hit communities, they've got all kinds of things you can do to help address the disparities. Okay, so we're going to move into section 2. If you remember, there are 4 different sections. So this just addresses premium pay overall. So this is something we can go, so say, for example, you have Central Market, you have employees that were working all through COVID. We can either grant funding to those businesses, or we can directly pay these employees outside of our organization if that was something someone wanted to focus on. Any of our staff, if we were going to do premium pay, they would not be able to be an essential worker. They wouldn't have been able to take off. So they wouldn't have been able to work remotely. So that's something to really remember in this section. Okay. And then under C, I think this is one of the areas that's really going to benefit us, because 2019, we did have great revenues. The farm really helped us. It helped cover, we had significant losses in 2020, and that really did help level things out. But as far as the way they calculate the revenue loss is, they're going to go, so you can use 4.1% as your growth rate, and you come up with this figure that this is where your revenues would have been in 2020 if COVID hadn't hit. And so after I did the calculations, and we'll go through this here shortly, we did end up with it's a 9.1% growth rate when we averaged the last 4 years. So what we did is we said, this is where we think revenue should have been, and then this is where they came in. And then the difference between those two numbers is going to be the amount of revenue loss you can claim. And the good part about having that revenue loss number be higher is it does give you a little bit more flexibility in options. So how you want to spend this money. So that is something to keep in mind, where if we say, hey, we're going to be claiming all of this in revenue loss, that doesn't necessarily mean the city is going to keep every single dime. So this is just a general overview of what is not calculated and what is in that revenue. So you've got any kind of the federal funding is not included in these numbers, because it would throw your revenues off if you were like, hey, this is how much money we got, but we also got $1 million from CARES. So they had us take any kind of federal fund, like any grants out, and then they also did any kind of transfers, because really you're just moving funding between, you're moving money between funds with transfers. So it's not, you're counting revenue twice, essentially. So other than that, any kind of fees, any kind of taxes are included. And so that is with the farm, that is something that really helped us in 2019. So this is just a broad overview. So they just show the 4.1 growth rate that is standard. And obviously we did end up coming in at 9.1 with our growth rate. So that is good, but this is just a summary sheet, and we'll cover this probably at the next meeting so that we can all see where these numbers are coming from. And so this is just different pages of that going through. And so we're just using 2019 as the base year. So that is what really has helped us here, is because if we had used 2018, we probably would not have ended up in as positive of a position to use this revenue loss category. Okay, so on the revenue loss, you know, people are like, oh, what can we spend this on? So the biggest thing is just that it provides some kind of direct service or aid to citizens. So that is, say, you need sidewalks replaced. As soon as you finish that sidewalk, that is a benefit to your community immediately. So when you think about how does this impact citizens, that's where this section of money is going to help the most. Something to remember is that we cannot pay for principal and interest for debt service. So we can't say, hey, we already had these projects in place, we've already got the funding, we're just going to pay this down. We're going to pay off this debt. That is not something we can do, and we cannot directly stick this money into our reserves. So those are the two main restrictions in this category. And so then lastly, we've got the water, sewer, and broadband. So it's just covering standards have to be meeting the EPA's Clean Water Revolving Fund or the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund standards. So if a project would meet and fall in those categories, if they would say, yeah, this project, we can fund this, that's something that we could do with the ARPA money. And this is where they threw in stormwater, and then they wanted anything that can help with global warming is a project that would qualify in relation to water, sewer, or stormwater. And so they did try to keep this section fairly flexible for the different communities that maybe weren't impacted as much as others by COVID, and they still wanted to make sure that these cities were benefiting from these funds. And then they just threw in the broadband options. I don't know if this is something we're interested in or not, but they have standards on what the broadband speeds have to be and different guidelines. And if that was something you guys wanted to do, then I could look into all of the specifics on that. And then really, I don't think we need to cover the auditing feature because that's not something you'll deal with. So something to remember is that these are temporary funds. So they are telling cities and counties to really focus on projects, things that aren't going to take an ongoing financial commitment. And they're wanting you to remember that these are temporary funds. And then the other big thing is that we need to be aware of what our state and counties around us are doing. Are there options for us to partner? Are these other jurisdictions already meeting other needs that, if we duplicate processes, maybe if we'd been working together, it would have helped our citizens more. So those are just different things to remember. And I think it's about everything I have. They just want you to take careful consideration with this funding. They don't want cities to really speed through this because there is more red tape, where CARES funding was more get the money out the door now and we'll figure it out later. This is the Treasury is taking much more time on this, and they're telling your cities and counties to consider options a little bit more carefully. So I think the last thing I wanted to point out is that we did end up providing $717,192 to businesses and organizations in CARES. And I just want to say that a lot of cities did not take that money because it was a lot of work. And I just wanted to compliment you guys for really helping your community when everyone was really struggling. So with that, I'll take any questions. And I think we're really just working on the collection of ideas and broad level planning at this point.
Thank you, Laurel. Questions from the council? Councilmember Morgan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Laurel. Really appreciate it. And I can appreciate the city's position of wanting to use those funds for revenue that's been lost over the COVID cycle. I do think there's still pockets of communities and citizens that are still in need of some assistance. And I don't think they should be ignored either. Some examples that I have are like Councilman Bond mentioned, essential workers, still some struggling businesses, possible rental assistance, maybe even parental reimbursement for parents that had to forego going to work to homeschool their children. And then, of course, city-related COVID expenses that were directly COVID-related. And for the second installment, I think that might be better for the city infrastructure projects such as stormwater and other things that we have laid out there. Thanks.
Councilmember Steckler?
Well, first of all, great job. A lot of great information here for us to consider. And a lot of, you collected, you helped to clarify a number of the questions we had. I have a number of thoughts on this, a number of questions. They're in essence, my questions are other thoughts I have on things that I have about this. I've sat in on a couple of webinars on this, and I know that of the 1.9 trillion, the 350 billion that has been allocated for governments, for state, county, and municipalities, that 350 billion is what we're talking about. So we're getting our 5 million. Snohomish County is getting their number, and the state is getting its number. And I think what's really important, I think you started to say this, but it's really critical, is that we need to work in concert with the county and the state to see what they're going to be doing with their funds, to make sure that we're maximizing everybody's opportunity. In fact, I would almost take a little bit of a different approach to this. Rather than us going into this saying, what can we do with the money? I think the first approach here is to go on a discovery of information. We need to go out and find out what people are doing, what is possible. Forget what we want, forget what anybody's thinking about, and just find out how are people using the funds, how are people, when we get $100,000 in grants or $200,000 in grants, we want to hire a consultant to help us maximize that grant. And I think we talked about this last meeting. I think it's a critical decision to bring in somebody who's an expert in these American Recovery Plan Act funds that have experience, that have access to what people do all over the country. We could be discovering things we never even thought were possible that we could do with the money. And I think uncovering all of the information first and foremost, how cities work with counties, cities and counties work with their state. I know that there are other funds outside of the 350 billion that can be used by municipalities and counties for tech and some for education, especially in early education, preschool education. Those are separate funds that we don't want to use our funds for when we can use other funds for those out of the ARPA fund and save our money for that. That's just things we need to discover and learn. So I think that approach I really strongly believe is critical here is for us to go, rather than what do we want to do with the money, let's go on a discovery here, what can be done with this money, what people have learned about this money. Let's hire a consultant who use the ARPA money to pay for it, and let's make sure we're maximizing. Maybe we're going to come up with some ideas that none of us here or anyone in the city has thought was possible, but they might be absolutely brilliant to take us to the next step. This is something we have never been blessed with before that I know of, this amount of money. So to make sure we do it right, a discovery of information first before you land on decisions is really a much better approach. So I reiterate, I do think we need to put together a committee on this, and it's a huge project, especially when to putting on Laurel to do all that study and research on it is massive. But I do think that before we start working on concepts and decisions of how we would use the money, let's get more information on what's available. We have some time. And I think we could be much better for the city.
Councilmember Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that I would like to see, and as Councilmember Morgan had mentioned, rental assistance. I know that there is a state program, that there is some funding there, that they're going to use an existing program. I'd like to see if we can help with that, both in seeing how we can help landlords in our community as well as those who are renters in our community to help them stay in their homes as these times have made things challenging for them. Also, the public works folks that I know we were talking about as essential. That is something that I'd be interested in seeing how we can, what kind of, I think it had said specifically that it goes back in time, and we can go look at that and see those folks that had come in, get some type of premium. And then I'd be interested in supporting that and seeing what we have there. I would also be very interested to see for our city a survey of our broadband capability throughout the city and seeing if there are any gaps in any particular parts of the city that could use some support or anything like that based on what we'd be able to do with these funds. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I love all these suggestions everyone has, and I think they're excellent. I think before we start getting into discussing all these different options, we really need to sit back and have a full picture of our financial situation. Laurel said that we lost $5.4 million due to COVID, and we're getting 5.8. To me, that sounds like we're hurting. We lost money. So we need to find out what our actual financial picture is for the city, where we're sitting in our budget. And we need to come up with ways where we can make sure that we are taking care of that shortfall that we had in revenue, while also stimulating our economy and our local businesses and making sure that our small businesses are taken care of while we're doing that. So I really think we need to make sure before we start spending this money that we have a full picture of what our financial situation looks like. And then we can start to look at ideas that are going to help us use this money to help our residents and take care of our financial situation. And that's just how I think we should approach it. Thanks.
Councilmember Cavalieri.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just say I concur with all the council members' ideas up here. I think thinking outside the box and really trying to address the needs of the people who have been hurt the most is probably the best money spent. I support Councilmember Steckler's idea to bring on a consultant. I think we've talked about that already. I think it would be a good idea to possibly maybe just open our eyes, like he said, to things that we possibly didn't understand before, additional ways to help people. I also want to make sure that I understand maybe the city lost money, but the city will make money again at some point, and I think we're going to be okay. I want to make sure that the money gets to the people who have been hurt. We talked about people that have been put out of work, businesses that are now gone. Do they have a right to maybe receive some funds for their losses in the past? Certainly an avenue worth going down. And I believe I proposed about a month or two ago, when I first heard we were eligible for these funds, putting a kind of ad hoc committee together to bring some staff, some council together to bring these ideas with perhaps a consultant to council for full discussion. I think that would be helpful. I think it would be time and money well spent. And I think it would help us get to where we want to be. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just find myself sitting here as a taxpayer thinking the federal government collected all this money. How much money did they spend collecting it from us? And now they're giving it back, and the money the way it comes back to us is so inefficient and so wasteful. Whereas if it had been left to local government, the state, the county, and the city of Mill Creek to collect it, it would have been so much more efficient. So I'm grateful that we're gonna have some money to help. We've been doing our best to be wise. We expected a shortfall. We've tried to manage our expenses to be wise, expecting that we may not have the money. We're positioned well to survive this. The money will help us, but I just find myself having mixed feelings about the whole thing as to, and we're just one little city. This is the whole United States. It's absolutely crazy if you ask me, but we'll do the best with what we've been blessed with.
Councilmember Stecker, to your point of coordination, you might recall a couple of weeks ago, I reported that the county executive had proposed to the county council forming an office at the county level to coordinate the county's allocation of their funds with local jurisdictions. So I've not had that regular meeting with the executive. We have that tomorrow, so I'll update the council to find out what's going on with that. But that was in the works for the county executive to make sure, because I think the county's number is 150 some million. It's a pretty significant number. So, and I haven't seen what the cumulative number is if you added up what all the cities in the county are getting, but there's gonna be a lot of money at play. Any further questions? Hearing none, thank you, Laurel. Appreciate the update. And we will move on now to our new business and talk about a switch and go truck.
That's correct, Mayor. Testing. Sounds. I'm not sure what happened there. Let me just turn over here. Testing. So in introducing this topic this evening, we have really worked internally with myself, Director Mike Todd, our Public Works Supervisor, Matthew Combs. Council may recall, first in the biennium, as well as in the last budget, we represented that we did not have a recommendation for a purchase of a truck for the needs of the Public Works Department. And so we parked that money, and the representation that I made at that time was that once we had a recommendation, we would come back to you and be more specific about what it is we're proposing. The criteria that we engaged in looking at how to formulate this proposal really is to see what are the needs in our department and how many different functions can we capture with one vehicle. I think this evening's proposal captures a 4-in-1 formula that has a couple of different bodies. They can be loaded and then dropped off the back of it. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But the real overarching criteria, and this is something that Director Todd, once formerly Councilman Todd, discussed in many meetings, is to spend the money like it's our own. This proposal this evening represents our very best thinking on this. We ultimately are going to ask for an authorization from the council that will enable us to work in a quick and nimble way. If we were to find the right truck that meets these 4-in-1 needs, and to ultimately be able to execute upon that. There's a supporting legal information that our city attorney is also going to provide as we go forward. So with that, I'm going to turn the table over to Director Todd and Supervisor Matthew Combs. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, for the great summary. I think you covered most of it. I'll just mention, and Matthew will probably decide this to get at the end, but this is time sensitive because as crazy as it might seem, 100 degrees last week in Mill Creek, we're trying to get ready for snow response this next winter. And the supply chain for heavy duty trucks, along with a lot of the things during pandemic, has become really, really long. And so this is Matthew and others work to say, how can we get past the supply chain problem? And so the time sensitivity is, again, to be ready for snow that might happen again this year. With that, I'm going to turn over to Matthew, let him do the technical aspect of this, and then we'll take questions at the end. So Matthew, go ahead.
Thank you, Director Todd and City Manager. I'm going to share my screen here. So you guys should see.
We do. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Matthew Combs. I'm the Supervisor of Public Works for here at the City of Mill Creek. As the City Manager had mentioned, back in December of 2019, funds were allocated for the purchase of At the time, what was thought 2 new switch and go trucks. We have looked at that proposal and revised it slightly. The biggest change is reducing the volume from 2 trucks down to 1. So I'm going to get right into this, and this is kind of the 2-part pitch. You know, 1, why we might need a new truck, and 2, the urgency behind getting this passed and the ability to purchase a truck rather quickly. Oh, something's not working here. Oh, great. So jumping right into it, a little bit about what we do with some of the equipment that we have. I'll just highlight a couple of key areas. First being chipping operations. We utilize a chipper that we already have along with our 2002 Isuzu, what we call the mini dump. It's a 3-yard dump truck. Snow response, same thing. We use that same truck. It hauls around this spreader. If you guys can see, there's a 2-yard spreader, sander spreader. We outfit that in the back of our 3-yard dump truck. Again, that's a 2-wheel drive truck. We outfit it with chains. And then we supplement that with our plow truck, which is a 2004 F350 4x4. That is currently the only truck that we have on hand with the ability to push a plow. Some of the other things that we utilize this equipment for would be, for example, the removal of invasive plants and brush, general park and streets repair and maintenance, as well as emergency response. Whatever the need is, it requires an immediate response from Public Works. These are the rigs that we have to take out. Where we fall short with our equipment. So for snow response, particularly, we have 2-wheel drive trucks. That's kind of the main setback. We chain them up, we put them to use. They are both of our Isuzus are 2002 models, cab over chassis. One is a 3-yard dump truck, and the other is a 14-foot flatbed. Neither one of these trucks were designed really to be effective in the snow. We've done our best with tire chains. They are okay with a substantial amount of weight in the back. However, they are pretty prone to breakdowns and have a tendency to leave us high and dry when we need them the most. The other aspect of this is there are unfulfilled needs. And if you look in the upper right picture, there is a good image of the loader that we rented this last year. That's kind of a tricky thing in and of itself. I don't want to get too far into the loader, but when we have a snow event, for example, like this, as soon as it hits the forecast, it's kind of a race like the Indianapolis 500 to see who can get to the rental place first and get that equipment. We got lucky last year being able to rent this John Deere 310, which was easily able to load our, sorry about that, load our sander up in the back of PW2. One of the shortcomings that we have, if you look in the lower left, there's a pretty good illustration of, I believe it was 2018. Snow was not in the forecast. It was low temperatures, but we were in the middle of chipping operations. So when snow hit and we got called in, that left us in a bit of a predicament. We not only had to offload the chipper, we had to chain up the truck, unload the chips out of the back of the truck, unload the chip tube, as well as load the sander all in the snow. Furthermore, if you look on the lower right, there's a pretty good shot of our 7-foot plow. That is on that 4x4 truck that I had mentioned. That's a 7-foot plow. It's great for parking lots and driveways. However, when it comes to residential streets, let alone highways, it leaves something to be desired. In the upper left, you can see an image of our both of them are 2002 Isuzu NQRs. Body over chassis configurations. Both of these trucks have met the end of our useful life for the city of Mill Creek. They're both fully depreciated. They are starting to develop safety and injury risks, and they are, in a phrase, reliably unreliable. Last year alone, just over the snow season, we had a breakdown just about every day. So that was hours every day that had to be allocated. Not only can that crew not be out providing snow removal, but they were stuck back in the shop and running back and forth for parts and performing repairs. One of the key things about these trucks and one of the major repairs that are left for both trucks, really, one is running on 5 cylinders, while the other one, the piston rings are so bad that the oil that escapes and burns off in the combustion chamber is enough to make your eyes water just simply at a stoplight. We have not put any funds into the repairs on these vehicles with the hope and expectation that they'll be replaced relatively soon. The equipment that I am proposing that we purchase would be, as has been kind of foreshadowed previously, would be one truck with a interchangeable body system, switch and go, which is what is commonly referred to as a switch and go truck. They are a manufacturer that provides this body for us or for everybody. And if you look on the right, there's a pretty darn good example of the sander that we would be able to implement with one of those switch and go bodies. The great thing about the switch and go body is we could essentially offload that sander, load on the dump body, and run out in the middle of a snowstorm and get another load of sand or salt, bring it back, offload that body, load the sander back on, fill it up, and be back in operation in minimal time. The other bodies that come with or could be purchased for this truck would also, obviously the dump body that I mentioned. There's a flatbed body that would be great for hauling equipment and longer materials. There's an arborist box that would be a great replacement for our chipper tube. Our chipper tube right now currently is about 1,000 pounds roughly that has to be hand loaded into the back of that 3-yard dump truck that I had mentioned before. One of the requirements for one of these new trucks would be 4-wheel drive. That would be mandatory for a 10-foot plow that we would intend on putting on the front of this thing. One of the requirements would also be a substantial GVWR, gross vehicle weight rating. What we're looking for is something with 15,000 pounds or greater. That way we would have the ability not only to haul that big load of salt and sand, but the truck, the chassis could take the weight of the sander, the bed, a full load of sand, 2 yards of sand, and room to go. There's many different bodies that will fulfill a plethora of different needs. In the upper left is a prime example of what we are after, although that is not the color that we are choosing or we would choose. But what you see here is the switch and go bed outfitted on a 4-wheel drive chassis. That there's an F550, and it also has the 10-foot whiteout snowplow. Also, if you look on the lower right, sorry, some of the, I can see everybody's face, but not my PowerPoint. On the lower right, you can see there's a chipper that's actually pretty identical to the one we have, as well as the new style arborist box that we would be after. That arborist box would eliminate having to hand load and unload not only the chip tube in the back of the 3-yard dump truck, but it would also prevent or reduce the need for a crew member to climb up into that arborist box to unload it, since it has the smooth sides and it's not a corrugated piece of pipe. Furthermore, there's a million different things that we could do with this. For example, since we're talking about the chipper, I could essentially set that arborist box on the ground. Somebody could bring the chipper in with them. A crew could do a full day of chipping operations, and that truck could also be utilized for other things elsewhere in the city. Once the box is full, that truck could come back, pick that box up, and take it off to be dumped. Sanding and plowing could be done simultaneously. De-icing and plowing could be done simultaneously. And if you look on the lower left of your screen, that is a prime example of a truck with a plow outfitted with a dump body. As I explained before, being able to switch out the bodies to go pick up more loads of sand and salt. It extends beyond that. There's when loading brush or loading, tree rounds or anything that needs to be hauled away, maybe fencing material or trash, being able to have that body on the ground and then be able to pull it up on the back of the truck and drive it away, that reduces the strain on the crew. It reduces the strain on the equipment. It reduces the time needed for any of these events. Makes things and makes life a lot more efficient as well as safer for the team. So that brings me to purchasing under normal circumstances. This is kind of the second part of our ask here today. I started reaching out for quotes from the dealership, from the Ford dealership in March. 4 months later, they were just starting to get to my quote. And long story short, if we wait for them to produce the quote, or if we were to hit the green button now, go, we wouldn't see a truck until maybe next February or March timeframe, which is kind of beyond what we want. So the normal process would be we would get quotes from the dealer, and that would be combined with, in this case, it would be the Switch and Go outfit. We would bring that to council for approval. Assuming the council approves it, we would move ahead with the purchase. And then, as I just said, we would have a 10 to 12 month wait. The pandemic has impacted the world all the way around. So just like we had our own constraints, the Ford dealerships, GM's dealerships, Ram dealerships, everybody felt it. The solution is to buy a pre-built truck. Switch and Go, like many other companies, had a backlog of trucks, chassis that they were outfitting with their setup already. And so these trucks are sitting on the lot, not for long. They put their trucks out there. They have a standard stock. They put their trucks out there, and that's where we come into play. We're going to have to more than likely go out of state to find the right truck. It's a very limited inventory. Once these trucks are put on the lot, they have an average time of a week to 2 weeks before somebody like ourselves pick them up. You can see on the bottom of the screen, there's a couple of examples in the price range that we're talking about. Between $75,000 and $85,000 seems to be the median. We're asking for a couple of extra dollars for the taxes and any transport that might be needed to get that truck here. And the last thing I want to say about these trucks is if we were to buy from a dealership, out of state, in state, doesn't matter. If it doesn't have the box or the boxes that we want on the back, we can always purchase these boxes from Switch and Go themselves. So with that being said, I will turn it over to the City Attorney Grant, if you would like to take over for the moment.
Thank you. So typically, the city has a purchasing policy that requires receiving bids for any equipment that is in the range of cost that this piece of equipment would be. Also, state law has a requirement that equipment purchases be subject to public bidding. There is an exemption. There are exemptions to that. One of them appears to be appropriate in this case, as Matthew was mentioning earlier. COVID, which seems to have an underlying theme under many of the topics tonight that the council is addressing, has affected the supply chain significantly. And there is a provision in RCW 3904-280 that provides an exemption for competitive bidding requirements competitive bidding requirements for purchases that are involving special facilities or market conditions. And it's the market condition exemption in 1B that we believe is applicable here. Clearly, the marketplace is in flux because of COVID. The inability to obtain this vehicle, which is clearly necessary for the city to effectively be prepared for inclement weather this fall and winter, makes it necessary to be able to go out and find a piece of equipment outside of the normal bidding process, because as Matthew said, he's not able to get bids now and is not likely to be able to get either bids or deliveries anywhere near when the equipment is necessary for protecting the community. So as a result, we believe that this exemption from the public bidding statute is permissible, provided it is approved by council pursuant to resolution.
Grant, does that need to be done in a separate motion to waive the competitive bid requirement?
It is contained within the motion that is in the packet tonight, Councilmember Cavallari.
Thank you, Grant. So, long story short, we are not able to get these trucks through the normal purchasing avenue. We would like the ability to find the truck, and when we find the truck, we'd like to pull the trigger on it. And that being said, following smart purchasing practices will be on the forefront of our mind, as well as not jumping the gun and pulling the trigger on the first truck that we find that is four-wheel drive. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from council? Councilmember Cavallari.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have a question. I just have a quick comment. I wholeheartedly support this. I think, if I'm correct, we're not amending the budget. We've already allocated monies for this. It's just a matter of spending it at this point, right? So
Correct.
I was on board with it last year and I'll be on board with it next year. So I think, yeah, let's go out and get this and make sure we have it in service by the time the winter hits. Thank you. Be happy to make the motion to.
Councilmember Burrows.
I did have one question. You mentioned that if we were able to get one of these trucks with the swap and go capability, that we could then get the boxes that we need that would come with that. Are those looking like those are readily available at this point? Or are they also somewhat challenging in obtaining? Would we then need to make later separate motions to those? If we
That's a great question, council member. Thank you for asking. The bodies for the trucks are pretty much made to order. There's only a couple month turnaround for those things. So if we're able to find a truck and it's missing, 2 attachments or 2 bodies, we're only a few months out for those.
Follow-on question to that, what's the price range for one of those? For like a box, the Arbor's box.
Well, I can give you a generalized price estimate for all of the bodies. They're going to be between $8,000 and $12,000.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very enlightening. I've used these switch and go trucks before. They are without a doubt one of the most useful tools for a department such as yourself. Just given your presentation on the different utility that it has. Given that originally you were looking for 2 and now we're scaling it down to 1, will that be enough for your crew to do all the things that it needs, especially given snow time?
The short answer is yes. This was something that we debated and deliberated on. And we felt that the best use of the allocated funds were to 1, purchase this truck, and then 2, my next meeting with you guys will be the other end of that funding, the purchase of equipment, namely a front loader.
Got it. And with the different approach, rather than going through the Ford dealer directly and trying to get it ASAP, do you have an idea of the time frame? Will we get it prior to the winter time and fully outfitted with every attachment needed?
I can't make any guarantees. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow, but yes, that's the goal. That's the urgency behind this, is to be able to acquire the truck and have it outfitted before any possibility of snow.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this great presentation. And as Councilmember Cavallari said, I was on board with us purchasing a new truck last time, and so that has not changed. We really need this truck when the snow hits. So my only question now, since Councilmember Morgan asked my other question regarding one truck, do we have the snow plow to go on this truck, or do we need to purchase a snow plow?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking that one. No, we do not have the snow plow, because the snow plow and the mount for the snow plow depends on what truck we get.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we'll need to get the truck, and then we will turn around and need to get the snow plow to make sure that it's able to plow snow in the
Yes, and I should follow up. I've already been in contact with Nelson Truck. They're the ones that are on the state contract for snow plows. They've already shot me over some quotes So I have pricing and availability. If we, essentially, if we order plows in the next 4 to 5 months, we're golden.
Right, perfect. I just want to make sure we get the truck, we get the plow, and we are ready this time, since we thought we were moving forward before. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Supervisor Combs. I appreciate everything Public Works does. You guys are kind of the unsung heroes of the city. A lot of what you do is important and it's a blessing to the citizens, but they don't necessarily see it going on. You're kind of behind the scenes, and the work you and your crew do to keep this city beautiful is much appreciated. I completely support you having the equipment to do it safely and then efficiency after that. So I support this.
And two of all in favor of this, I just have one question. Matthew, you point out that these things are in high demand, and I imagine that the market fluctuates. Is there a reason why we capped it at 100,000? I mean, I want to avoid if you guys, we bless this and you go out and find out that you're going to need 105 and then you come back to us. Is there any, since we're well within the budget authority that we approved last year, is there any reason why we don't provide a little more cushion so you don't have to come back to us?
I take it thank you for the question, Mayor. I take it pretty seriously to try and stay under that $100,000 threshold, because what I don't want to do is encroach on money that we could use for the other purchases, such as the front loader. So these trucks are sitting right now, as I showed you, between $75,000 and $85,000. We add taxes and shipping costs. It shouldn't cross over 100,000 at all.
Mayor, we estimated it just based on the rough numbers, but I'm hearing the wisdom and perhaps giving us an additional $10,000 cushion. Not that we're going to need it, but it'll save the time for us to come back if it comes to that. But we are really shopping this to come under the $100,000 threshold, but your point's well taken.
I just want to avoid you guys in a situation where the market suddenly changes and you want to act and you don't have the full authority because you only asked for 100 and you need 105.
That's fair. I appreciate your take.
Approves the motion as it is, and then add on to it that the city manager has his discretion to spend $10,000 on top of that if needed.
A motion could certainly be crafted that way.
Can we just,
Yeah, the proposed motion has the dollar amount in it.
change the dollar amount?
So I have a motion. I propose that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase a heavy-duty four-wheel drive truck with an interchangeable truck body system for up to $100,000 and authorizing exemption for competitive bidding requirements due to unusual market conditions. I further add that should circumstances unforeseen to the council at this time put an additional expense, we authorize the city manager to use his discretion to spend up to $110,000 to facilitate this purchase.
Seconded.
Mayor, clear on the record, it's an additional 10,000 for a total of 110.
Yes.
Mayor, this is Grant. If I
Yeah.
could offer a suggestion to the council member, I think it's Councilmember Bond. If the motion could include an amendment to section 1 of the resolution to add that 100 to increase the amount from 100 to 110,000. That way we've got that in the record. That would be great.
So if we can, so what I was trying to accomplish was basically encourage staff to stay at the $100,000 goal, which I think is reasonable, but to grant our city manager some flexibility should they bring to him circumstances that were not foreseen at this time.
Yeah, I think the city attorney, and correct me, Grant, if I'm wrong, was just wanting to make sure to clarify that an additional authority would be added to section 1 of the proposed resolution.
That's correct, Mayor.
Section 1 deals with the amount that's authorized. Section 2 deals with the emergency the exemption from the public bidding requirements. Okay, we have a motion that I think is now clarified on the table. Was it is seconded?
It was, yes.
Seconded, okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The resolution is approved. go forth and buy us a shop and go truck.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor.
So what is it called?
Switch and go.
Switch and go, shop and go. Shop and go, switch and go. And, okay, that concludes our new business for the evening. We are on the consent agenda. Just one item, item F, the city council meetings of June 22nd, 2021. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Give the second to the mayor pro tem, please. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did anyone abstain? The consent agenda is approved. Reports, I just had 4 quick items. Due to my vacation, well, thank you to the mayor pro tem for filling in for me 2 weeks ago while I was on vacation. I did miss the SCT meeting. I believe she'll be reporting on it as part of her report momentarily. As indicated earlier, we have the mayor's meeting with the executive tomorrow, and I'll get an update from the executive on where that coordination regarding the federal funds lies. I alerted the city manager and Ms. Reed and the city attorney that a bill that was passed by the legislature, engrossed substitute House Bill 1189, finally brings the state of Washington into line with I think the overwhelming majority of the other states in authorizing tax increment financing. And one of the things our legislation allows it to be used for is park and community facilities and recreation areas. I don't know how much more that's been defined, but I hope we'll be getting some more information on whether this will be a viable tool for us to consider as we move forward with contemplating what to do with the DRCC property. And then finally is the housekeeping item. We had talked about our retreat on Wednesday, the 28th. I think the only thing we're finalizing was council member bonds. Thumbs up. Okay. Just didn't know if it closed out. That's all I had this evening. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor said, I had my meeting with the Alliance for Housing Affordability, and they mostly just discussed the fact that SCT is going to be discussing the local lands report. And then after that, I had the Snohomish County tomorrow meeting where I filled in for the mayor. That whole meeting was pretty much taken up by some heated discussion from legislators discussing the buildable lands report and multiple concerns that people have from multiple cities and different opinions. And it was actually a really interesting and robust discussion. One thing I'll point out is that the buildable land report is actually a report card on how we've done in the past. It's not discussing what we need to be building for 2050. That was something that I think was a little confusing for some people. And just to lay out that there was lots of discussion, and they put off voting on it until the next meeting when the mayor will actually be there. And hopefully they can iron out some of their differences and opinions they have ahead of time from different cities. I would also, from myself, I would also like to add, I've been out talking to residents, and a few things that came up. I've had a few questions regarding crosswalks, and I did have some discussion regarding the Jackson High School crosswalk, and just wanted to, I'm under the understanding there should be some updates coming on that, so I was hoping we could have an update on the crosswalk and where we stand in that process as we're moving forward. And that's all I've got tonight. Thanks.
Before I move on to Councilmember Bond, I forgot one item. I included in the packet the list of proclamations that we have done over the last 3 years. We talked about this at the top of the governance manual. So this summarizes, and you'll see the proclamations we have more regularly done. And then there's been a few, what I'll call one-offs for particular circumstances that would not be recurring. So I told you that I would provide that for our kind of baseline going forward. If others have proclamations moving forward, then we'll consider them under the criteria we had a couple weeks ago. Councilmember Bond, any report tonight?
No report.
Councilmember Steckler.
Very quick report. I had a great meeting with our new president and CEO of the Economic Alliance of Snohomish County, Gary Clark. who recently came on board. And we'll be doing a follow-up meeting with a few of his representatives. He's very excited to be providing support throughout Snohomish County for small, medium-sized businesses, but also really trying to help and promote some more medium-sized employment-based businesses in our area so that we can start seeing some more corporate employers in our area, which I think is going to be a great boom for us. He shares a lot of the same concerns that we all heard about with Snohomish County, but I'm hoping that we can develop a closer relationship with the Economic Alliance and Mill Creek going forward. And especially talk at length about the American Recovery Plan funds that they will be working with the county on, and there's a great opportunity for us to be partnering with them as well, and trying to find out what we could each be doing about not duplicating efforts, hopefully maximizing the opportunities between us. And that's it.
Councilmember Cavallari.
Thank you, Mayor. Snow 911 has rolled out essentially 98 to 99% of all the radios to all the departments, and it's my understanding so far that they've been a hit, and not without hiccups, but for the most part workable. Secondly, is Snow 911 is also looking for cities which might have the appropriate square footage for a new 911 call center. Mill Creek fits logistically in that bill. Sub area has been talked about it. I've thrown our hat in the ring to be wanting to have these discussions at some point. And we can make a great partner with Snow 911, would also bring jobs to the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Brooks, any report tonight?
Just briefly, last week I attended a town hall put on by some of the youth out of Jackson High, some of our graduating seniors and the incoming seniors, that hosted County Council member Nate Nearing and Jared Mead, talking about how to maintain civil discourse in our community, even when times are tough and you have different political ideas about how to do things. And I think it was an important discussion, and I really thank the students there at Jackson High for putting that on. It was great and well run and very enlightening.
Councilmember Morgan.
No reports, Mayor.
And I forgot one more thing before we move on to the city staff. I was gone at the meeting that we had following the senior graduation parade. I just want to thank staff for everything they did on that. My son participated in that. It was a great event. So I wasn't here when I'm sure you guys all talked about it, but I enjoyed sitting and watching the 40 or 50 or 70, I forget how many it was, cars that went by. It's pretty cool. So thank you for all you did on that. City manager, your reports.
Thank you, Mayor. Just give you real quickly some of our staffing updates. An offer has been accepted for the next project engineer position for the city of Mill Creek. We will have an announcement on the details of that pending our usual background research and check, which will be conducted, and we'll announce in the appropriate time. Also, the announcement regarding the deputy city manager position is imminent. We're conducting our due diligence with regard to the ideal candidate, and we're hoping that we'll be able to have an announcement at that, hopefully at the very latest by our next council meeting, but possibly earlier. We also have some developments to announce in the communications and marketing department. There was a press release issued last week regarding the city of Mill Creek's hire Mr. Scott Harder for the communications and marketing department. Mr. Harder is an award-winning photographer and communications specialist who has worked with several local organizations over the years, most recently and currently with Puget Sound Energy, a Make-A-Wish Foundation of Alaska and Washington, the Summit at Snoqualmie, and the AT&T. At the communications department at Puget Sound Energy, Mr. Harder's use of innovation helped the company evolve during the infancy of social media and create best practices, as well as set standards for visual storytelling. Compelling interview with Mr. Harder, and most notably is that he is a current resident of the city of Mill Creek. In the discussions with onboarding, transition planning with Kristen Rasmussen, it is clear that Mr. Harder is familiar not only with all of our events, but the names of the individuals that are going to be important for us in terms of networking and maintaining momentum as we look for ways to refashion and frankly reboot communications and marketing, both externally and internally in our community and at City Hall as well. The second announcement relates to a second hire, and I've been struggling to announce this in which appropriate chronology. I believe that it was shortly after Scott's hire that I received a very difficult phone call on a Friday from Kristen Rasmussen, who has been my direct report for a number of months, to indicate that she had received an opportunity, a supervisory opportunity in the city of Marysville. And after serving for more than 12 years with all of us, I think we all can say that Kristen has done a fantastic job. She has, however, accepted this new position as a recreation supervisor in the city of Marysville. It is her opportunity to advance in her career. And as all of us have attended community events or taken a recreation class or participated in the variety of activities that connects our stakeholders to City Hall in our community, reflecting backwards or outwards rather. We cannot help but be impressed by Kristen's work. She's provided a great service to the city of Mill Creek during her tenure, and we wish her luck. And as she and I had this difficult conversation on Friday morning, is that it's hard to leave after the amount of time that she's been here. I've come to rely upon Kristen, but I'm also happy for her to be able to advance her career. Working to the next hire for the department is a person that also placed very high in the announcement of Scott Harder's hire. Her name is Jody Hawkins. And Jody Hawkins is a longtime Everett resident and graduate of the Everett Community College and Washington State University with a bachelor's degree in integrated strategic communications. Jody worked previously as a communications and marketing specialist for 5 years at Boeing's Future Flight, formerly known as the Future Flight Aviation Center in Boeing, where she held multiple roles, including public relations and social media, associate director, and marketing director. We have already had integrated meetings that involve both Ms. Hawkins, Mr. Harder, and Kristen Rasmussen, sharing spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets, and other planning documents to build common ground. Kristen's last day will be this Thursday, and we really do wish Kristen the very best. And Kristen's also committed to being available if we have any phone calls during the transition. So I want to, on behalf of the city, wish Kristen the best of luck and tell her that she will be missed. And I will personally miss Kristen in working with her directly to maintain that department during the tough economic times during the pandemic. But finally, moving on, in your materials on page 89 is an item that in all candor, I've not had an opportunity yet to do my due diligence on, but wanted to present it to you to introduce this proposal for a dissolution of the Northwest Washington Incident Management Team. And if any of you have any preliminary information regarding this entity, the proposal is for me to cast a vote agreeing that either this entity, Northwest Washington Incident Management Team, should be dissolved or it should not be dissolved. I do not want to make this decision in a vacuum. My intention is to come back at our next council meeting, having had the opportunity to do my homework. I presented to you this evening merely to hear if there's any preliminary thoughts or any information that the council may share. We have our homework ahead of us, but want to at least hear from the council if there is any.
I'm not seeing or hearing it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And then with that, we will conclude our report. Oh, I stand corrected. I believe that I'm waiting to hear back from Director Todd by text message. Mike, if you have any real quick updates regarding Jackson Crosswalk.
Yeah, I can tell you real quick. So So remember, we're still in the process of staffing up, and the city manager announced earlier, we've got a project engineer on track for starting August 2nd. Frank Reinhardt, our city engineer, is doing a fantastic job, but a lot of his focus has been on catching up and staying ahead of our issues that we have with our surface water. That's been primary for us. He's been working on those. You'll see that next week we got some very good bids. We'll be talking about spending some money on some pipe repairs. Frank just today was able to catch up with the design firm that had done some of the work on the original Jackson High School crosswalk design that council at the time decided wasn't appropriate and was too costly with the way the bids came in. He talked to them today. Our plan is to have them take a look at the different location, take a look at, also talk to the school district about the proposed moving it back to where they'd originally asked, or maybe a little bit further west. The issue is there's some stormwater catch basins that are kind of in the way and a light pole that's kind of in the way. So we're trying to figure out how to squeeze that in and make it economical and still comply with ADA requirements. It turns out it's not as trivial as I thought it was. 4 inches of concrete is a big deal when you've got a light pole attached to a foundation. So they're working on that, and we can have a better report in the next week or two when we get some information back from our designers.
Thank you, Mike. Anything further, city manager?
No, Mayor, that concludes our report for this evening.
Sure, like to. I don't know, if you'd like to.
I just wanted to speak and see, at this point, after hearing the news about Kristen, if, I thought that some of us may want to say a few words and wish her well, wanted to make sure we had the opportunity for the council to do so. I wish Kristen all the best in her new position, and she is going to be so missed. She works so hard in the community, and I feel like she's the face that everyone sees. And I just want to wish her the best and thank her for all her years of service, dedication to this community. And we will miss her, and hopefully we will get to see her sometimes. Because I know I can speak for myself. I'm going to miss Kristen, and I'm sure that others are feeling the same way. And the members of the Youth Advisory Board, I'm sure they are going to really miss Kristen all the time that she spends with them, as well as our other boards and commissions. So thank you, Kristen, for all the work that you've done for the city, and wish you all the best.
Councilmember Cavalier.
Thanks, Mayor. I would echo what Mayor Pro Tem has just said. There's very few people that come into our lives in the council here that are as vibrant as Kristen, and their energy is really electric. And having had the opportunity to work closely with her on Parks and Rec for all these years, she's been inspirational and a guiding light. And I challenge anybody to ever try to think of an event where you did not see her smiling face at one end or the other. That's why she's sought after by other agencies, and she'll make this next leap in her career and be very successful in it, as I'm certain she will. And we'll always be here for her. And I planned on embarrassing her tomorrow at the Parks and Rec Board meeting, the last one, but this is a nice little preempt. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. God bless.
Councilmember Browse.
And yes, I worked with Kristen in a number of roles in my years with the city, and she has always been a great person to work with. And I am certain that she will bring some great work to the city of Marysville. And I will keep an eye out for any recreational activities that are going on up there, and know that she had a hand in it and might have to attend, just because I know it will be well run, just like she did so many well run activities here in Creek. So thank you very much, Kristen. You will be missed.
Councilmember Morgan.
First, I wanted to congratulate Kristen. She deserved it more than anything. Her passion and everything she did with the city was palpable. In working with her on volunteer events, you can just feel how much she truly cared about the individuals we were helping, the community members, the fellow staff. And I couldn't think of someone that deserves something like this more than her. So thank you and congratulations.
Councilmember Steckler.
I
3 minutes.
yeah, good luck on that. I wish Kristen was on the call right now, that I can see her face. I have worked very closely with Kristen over the years on so many different projects for the city events that we've been in the trenches with her, to other events that she's helping put together, to the times that she's worked as liaison on Barracks and Beautification Board and other boards. But I think that the part that I'd like to recognize Kristen, she is a great worker, but what was really amazing was to be here and watch this young lady, that when we went through a lot of changes here at the city, and we basically went from a marketing department of many down to a marketing department of one. And Kristen was left, and she had a couple of choices there. She could fall apart, she could run away, or she could step up. And Kristen stepped up. Kristen stepped up to every project that everybody kept throwing at her. She didn't have the answers. She would scour through files on the computer and old emails to find the answers. She elevated herself, and you got to watch how she became better and better and better. And it's no surprise she's leaving. It's no surprise Marissa picked her up. We were blessed by her time here. And I think the one part I'll always remember about her is, and Kristen, I'll say this to you, my kudos to you and congratulations to how you stepped up and grew in your position here. It was impressive, to say the least. I wish you the very, very best of luck.
Yeah, I too echo all those comments, and Councilmember Steckler said exactly what I was going to say. So that's what stood out to me is how she stepped up in the last 2 years with the departure of our prior communications director. So I think everyone has said great comments, and we wish Kristen the best in her new venture. With that, we will move on to audience communication. Another bite at the apple for anyone who would like to speak to the council. I can't see it. Idle's hand is up there. I see her hand. So she's the first one I can see. So Barb, you have the first opportunity. Name and address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Barb Heidel, 1401 144th Place Southeast. This is really a sad time for me, having worked so much with Kristen. She is awesome. I want to thank her for all the hard work she's done as a very important employee for our city for the past 12 years. It will be a very big loss to our city, but I do wish her well, and I do wish her success in her new role, in her new position, Marysville. They are very fortunate to have her. I will immensely miss her, and I wish her well. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Would anyone else like to speak to the council? See no hands going once, twice. Okay, we will be adjourning to executive session for 2 topics: the discussion of the performance of a public employee per RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1G, and to discuss potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1I. I anticipate we're going to need more than the 44 minutes we have left in our, and no action will be taken at the conclusion of the executive session. I anticipate we're going to need more than the 43 minutes we have left on our regular meetings. So I would suggest we proactively go ahead and just extend the regular meeting. We have a motion to extend to 9:30.
Motion to extend till 9:30.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have extended the regular meeting till 9:30. So with that, we will adjourn to executive session. How long should we start with? An hour?
Yes, 1 hour, I suggest.
So we will start our executive session for 1 hour. Well, let's go till 8:50. So we'll give a couple of minutes for a bathroom break before we get started. So with that, we will be adjourned until 8:50 in executive session. Leave this meeting.
To your microphone.
Me too, the bars, restaurants are, you know, the guy, security guy told me I needed to wear. No, he didn't say anything to me. I didn't ask. I just walked by. All right. Anyway. What's going on with that? Everywhere else? Wow, dang it. I'm done.
Without objection, council has extended executive session to 9:30.
Four yeses and three nays. Three not years. Should I just start talking?
Testing, okay. It is 9:28. Do we have a motion to extend the regular meeting?
Motion to extend the regular meeting
Second.
Till what time?
till 10,
30.
or 10, till 10:30. Motion to extend the regular meeting till 10:30.
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the regular meeting is extended till 10:30. We are going to end the executive session till 10 o'clock. That's it. Thank you. We'll be back. We'll be back after I go to
If you're going to the restroom, I'm going to the restroom.
Executive session has been extended to 10:15.
No, Naomi,
Hi there.
we concluded the executive session at 10:15, and without any objection, hearing any objection, we are adjourning the meeting.
Very good. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.